Good morning, everyone. How are you today? I hope you're doing fabulous. We are just starting our today's section. Let's start to join. How do you feel today? How's the weather on your side? Good morning, Ubuntu channel. Good morning, Meles. Good morning, David. Good morning, Zinu. Let's all start to join the call. Blaine, good morning. Good morning, the programmer. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? We're just starting our second day of the training. Let's all start to join. Make sure to tell your friends in the group to join the chat. We apologize for being a bit late. This is due to the connection challenge, but now it's much better. So please go ahead and tell your friends to join the call from Telegram group. They can find the link from Telegram group. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? How's the weather on your side? We're trying to check the weather from everyone's side. We send out in the Telegram group a picture of your weather. Just open up your window, go ahead and take a picture, and let's see how your weather looks like. Okay, everyone. So let's resume from what we've stopped yesterday. But just before we do that, I would like to see, just as a revision, let's have 5 minutes to revise what we've been learning last class. So go ahead and say a few words on the things that you remember in the chat section, or also maybe in the Telegram group, wherever you prefer. You go ahead and mention uh, what you remember from the whole day of the class. What are the things that you remember from last class? You can post it in Telegram group and also in the chat section. So Dagan said how to print text, integer and float, variable. Good morning, Milky. How are you? We're just trying to revise what you've learned. Betel said input, output, and operators. Robil, we've started. Uh, Betel, you said also data types. Maybe I would appreciate it if you can be a bit specific on the things that we've been learning. UL said basic introduction to Python. Yeah, of course, but then which are the things that we've been introduced? Please be specific on what you're trying to revise or remind. Mohammed said data types are classified into three: numerical, Boolean, and string data type. This is a perfect example of a revision. Mohammed, thank you. Dagam Dagam Wandimu said Boolean, yeah. So maybe you can also add a description. What's a Boolean data type? So Booleans are this and that. Daraja also, Dajjani also, can you be a bit specific? We of course learned about input, output, and operators. Maybe you can mention one of the operators because there were lots of operators that we saw. Tiny Tips said keywords and identifiers. Yeah, we did learn about those. Milky said how to print two statements in one comment. Of course, that's a multiple line comment. We did saw that. Nabi, you said creating variables, accepting values, and using inputs. That's true. Muchi said, hi, how are you? We're just trying to revise the things that we've been learning. Mellis said, replace from the lecture and strip from the quiz. Good. Yeah, actually, the strip from the quiz is a bonus. So anyone who have answered it is a bonus for him. But if you haven't answered, you won't lose any point, but you would lose the bonus. Robel said we learned about division, modulus and floor division. I would appreciate it, Robel, if you can also say what the difference are. Mr. Amariam said how string is changed into int. Yes, we did saw that. Single line comments and multiple line comments also. Okay, so everyone, what we're trying to do is we're trying to revise what we've been learning yesterday. So go ahead and write some of the things that you remember from previous class. So then we would move on to the next section. So Robiel mentioned the floor is a division. Yes, this is not a division actually. This is a floor division, which is only holding the quotient. The division is only the one forward sign. Yeah, Robiel, you have improved it. Correct. Dagam said how to effectively use doc strings. That's correct. Hemu said how to combine words with and space. That's correct. Robiel said the modulus is how to, it's going to hold the operators. Torpedo said how to access substrings using index. That's correct. Um, Morati said assigning multiple values to multiple variables. That's absolutely correct. So I believe most of the students have joined, but if there is some remaining, then they can always join from the Telegram group's link. Yeah, right. So now let's proceed to today's class. Um, as usual, if there is any connection issues or if the screen is not being seen very well, then you can just always go ahead and write it in the chat section, or you can just mention it in the chat. Okay, so let's resume from where we've actually stopped. So we've stopped here learning about strings, string methods. So we were actually seeing we saw the replace method, I believe. We were just seeing the strip method, and we also see the upper, lower, and also the split method. Okay, so the the strip method is used for in cases where actually there is a space at the beginning and the end of a certain text. This is more important in like data cleaning when it comes to data science. There are more advanced libraries, but the root comes from this. So let's say day three, day two class. And you can see that I have a couple of spaces uh, after ending of the string and before ending of the string. So removing this we had a lot of text, it would have been very difficult. So what we do is we strip it out. So I can go ahead and say print out text to see the original text. I believe we saw string formatting, so I'm going to start to apply using string formatting. Um, the uh, uh, without change, or maybe just original. Original, then I'd say text here, and the same thing, but I'm going to change only dot strip. So now let's try and see what the difference are. So maybe let's have a bigger, yeah. You see that after just saying original here, this is where both of the text ends, and then we have a space. Maybe to make it more clear, we can avoid this space and see what happens. Look, in the first one, we had some extra space here and also another extra space here. But here the space has been removed, and also here there is no extra space. So you can always check it without doing any writing so that you can also have a very clear understanding about this. So you see that there was a space at the beginning and the end of it, but when you strip it, there is no space at the beginning and the end. And maybe if you'd like to capitalize everything, then the way that we do it is um, capital, all capital, and text. So under the curly bracket, text dot upper. So text.upper method makes everything capital. So you see that now everything has turned to be capital. If you want everything to be small, it's the same function, but what differs is text.lower. When you do this, then everything goes to be smaller letters. And we saw replace, I believe, last class. There is, I think, one more thing remaining, and that is split. So split is a type of method in Python, and what it does is it just tries to pick the words by considering the space as a break. It tries to disintegrate them into independent strings. This is going to be one string using split. This is going to be another one, and this is going to be another one. So let's have a new text, and that text is actually an implementation of the existing text dot split. So it's going to save the data as a list. You haven't learned about list yet, but we're going to just see that in just a moment. So print list, print, and I can say new text, and you can see that it's been clustered into three different values. Day into one, this is another one, and class is the last one. So they're all three values that have been put here. So this is a list class. It's a list type, a data type. It's a collection data type that we're going to just learn in just a bit. Okay, so I would like you, I think the next section is going to be exercise. Do you have questions before I proceed? Do you have questions? If you have questions, maybe I'll try and answer some of the questions. Do you have questions? Is this clear? Can you give me a confirmation? Can you guys give me a confirmation? Okay, good. So now let's proceed to the next section, which is going to be a challenge. I think we've done this challenge. Oh, we haven't learned about escape character. Let me just show you. This is a very simple thing. So escape character is used for situations like you want to start in a new line, or maybe have a bigger space, and then also whenever you want quotations, like double quotations, to use in your code. Let me show you how it's done. I can send you the code in the Telegram group so that you can always check it out. Okay, so using escape character, for example, let's say you wanted to print something else, and that's day day one completed, comma, in day two not yet. So you wanted to print this in two different lines, just using print one single print statement. Of course, you can start to write another print statement below to write it in a new line. But if you're writing in a single line, you can always use backward slash and n. That means it's going to start to consider anything after the n to be a new line. You see that even though I have written it in one line here, then it's in two lines. I believe someone asked me about these yesterday, like skip characters. I think this should make it clear. The other escape character that we usually use is the tab. So if I put in a tab, let me just copy this. If I put in a tab here and I run this, so you see that there is four distance. So a tab is something usually depends on some of the settings that you've put in your integrated environment, but usually it's four spaces. So when you put a escape character in a tab, then it's going to be four spaces. So you can see that here we've created four spaces. And sometimes it's a bit challenging to say to use double quotation in inside of a print statement. For example, if I said Mr. Mr. John said to his kids, maybe let's put his word under quotation, clean the room. And you can see that this is an error. This is a perfect error because you couldn't put it in a quotation. So whenever you would like to use a quotation, then you put a escape character in before the quotation so that the quotation would be printed out here. You can see now clean the room before you see, and after M, we have a quotation. Is this clear? Okay. So exercise time. Go ahead and try these questions. Let's have these questions for like 7 minutes. It's a bit less than 2 minutes for each questions. So first question is create three variables, an integer age, float temperature, and complex number, um, complex num, and print them all. This is very easy. Also exercise number 2, assign true to is adult and age is greater than or equals to 18. Otherwise, assign false and print the result. Exercise number 3 is use f string. Exercise number 4 is print the first four letter of Infinova. Exercise number 5 is uh, use the text and convert it into uppercase, remove the space, and also replace Python with Java. Okay, 7 minutes. I'm going to put in timer. 7 minutes. Let's go. Yeah, these are the questions. Maybe I can also send you a screenshot. There you go. I've sent it in a Telegram group. In each topic, you can just get it. Okay, let's see how many of you have done this. Um, so let's also open up the question. Um, this is the question. So let's see your answers. So Ubuntu channel said for formatting a string, you can use printf hello, or you can, yeah, but string formatting is the first one. Yeah, actually, I didn't see the format one. Yeah, both are possible. Plain age is equals to 18, temperature is equals to 25, complexity is equals to 2 plus 6j, print f age, temperature, complex number. Great. Edna said age is equals to 25, temperature is equals to 36, complex number is equals to 3 plus 4j. That's correct. Robert worked on the question that said if Nova word is equals to if Nova print word, and everything starting from the first one until the fourth one. It's the first four letters. So I, 0, 1, 2, 3. That's correct because it doesn't include the last one. Mistira Mariam is a H is 10, temperature is 36, and 36.6, complex number is equals to. Yeah, this is correct. Hemu said age is equals to int of accepting from the user. That's great. And temperature is equals to float accepting. This is very good, Hemen. So you've accepted values from the user and then you printed it. But for complex number, it's a bit tricky to accept. Unless otherwise you format it after accepting it. You need to accept the real part, the imaginary part, and then combine it by adding j as a string connected to it, and then reformatting it to be complex number. So you need to follow some of these steps so that you can ensure that it's correct. So great, you guys have participated. So let me see the last answer. That's from Blaine. Age is equals to int of age from the user accepting from the user. If age is greater than or equals to 18, print true. Else print false. Good. Okay, now let's do it together. Um, so the first question is create three variables: age, temperature, and complex number, and then print them all. So age is equals to, by the way, you can define the type of variable if you like this. You can say age, double dot, and int, and then you can give it the value. But usually we don't do this in Python because it just automatically identifies what you're trying to store. Age 23, and the next one was um, temperature, and then it's complex number. So temp is equals to 29.3, and the complex num equals to 5 plus 3j. Okay, so you go ahead and print out age, print temp, print complex num. Let's run the code. We put this a bit higher so that you can see that it's 23, between 9.3 and 5 plus 3j. By the way, for complex numbers, you can identify the imaginary and the real part. If you haven't learned about complex number, for those of you who are from high school, don't worry about this. But if any of you are willing to identify the complex imaginary or the real part, then you can always select the name of that complex number and you can say imaginary, and then it's going to print out the imaginary part only. You can see that it's 3. And if you want the real part, you can say print complex num dot real, which is going to be printing out the real part. Okay, that's 5. Okay, let's proceed to the next question. Assign true to is adult, and if age is greater or equals to 18, otherwise assign false. This is necessarily an if-else statement question. We haven't learned about this, so we'd discuss more to avoid any, for those of you who have done it, good. But I think this question is more of an if statement type of question. But you can also manually do it, maybe, like, which is not something that makes a lot of sense. But you can say, I maybe send answers. So let me send the solution to you in the Telegram group in the resource topic. So age, we can say, is equals to 18, and it's if statement that we use. Don't worry if you don't know about if statement. We will be discussing about this. So age is greater or equals to 18, then I think the question says print true. Otherwise, print false. Yes. So this is the question. So since it's 18, it's going to be printing out true. The next question is use f-string to create a message. My name is, you put in your name here, and I am these years old. So yeah, age is already here. I can just add a name. Name is equals to John. So I can go ahead and use string formatting to print out my name is name, and I am years old. Oh, we have an error. So it's not years. Here is age, years old. So my name is John and I'm 18 years old. The next question is extract the first 4 letters from word Infinova and print them. So uh, text is equals, let's say, inf nova, and we want to print only the first 4 letters. So we can start with 0 to 4. This is one option. We can also do print because it's starting from the beginning. You don't have to probably specify the beginning. You can just say 4, and you can also do it from the back side, counting negative. So this is A is -1, V is -2, O is -3, and this is going to be -4. So maybe what we can do is print text. You can say -4. I think -4 is where it starts, so -3. Everything prints the same thing. I'm going to send out this in the Telegram group. Okay, I think we just finalized this section regarding string data types. So we're going to proceed to learn about connection data types in the next section. So it's about time that you take your break. I took 3 minutes. We started a bit late today. So go ahead and take a little bit of 15 minutes break, and then we're going to join our class again. Okay, let's start to join the class. Now we'll be proceeding to the next section of the class, which is going to be about collection data types. So can you guys confirm me if you're back? Let me see at least a couple of you respond to this, like at least three people. Are you back? Let me see three people with a flag saying I am back, and then I'll proceed. Dagam said Dagam is back. UL is back. Simran is back, I believe. Okay, guys, great. Um, let's see. So collection data type is one of the very important data type that's in Python, which mostly in other programming language, it's actually named to be a bit different. So one kind reminder is, in case if you haven't registered for the grouping, go ahead and register, please. The assistant would be sending you out the form again, so that if any of you haven't registered, please go ahead and register. Nati, you can send them the registration form. I believe most of you have registered, but if some of you haven't, please go ahead and register. If you have registered, no worries, just skip it. Okay, let's proceed. So these are collection data types, and mostly it's important for us to use it in different types of scenarios, and whenever we would like to put different types of data collected together. They all have different behavior and characters. Okay, so list is a type of data. I believe you just read it through the moment that I was silent. So list, using a list, you can be able to store different data types all together, and you can be able to also access them. For example, you can see here that fruits is list data type, where it's holding apple, banana, cherry as all one cluster. So uh, you can even put different data types together in a list. So let's go ahead and see how we can create and also access a list. Let me bring in my whiteboard. Um, okay, so let's say we have a list. Oh, this is too thick. we have a list that is we've just saw fruit, and that fruit holds banana, it's getting very hard to write today. So banana, apple, and maybe orange. So now using this list, you can see that the definition of a list starts with a name. You create a name, then you have a square bracket that embraces both the beginning and the end of it. And you put in all the elements that you like. So because I have put a string element, then I put a double quotation. But if it's not a string element, you don't have to. And so this is the first element, and it's got an index of 0, while the second element here has an index of 1, and it goes on counting as such. And the last element is, for this case, it's 3. So the way that you can be able to access any of the element is through the index. Look, for example, here we have an index of 0, here we have an index of 1, and here we have an index of 3. So you can be able to access, for example, fruit um, 0, which is equivalent to banana. And if you would like to access orange, then it's going to be fruit 3, which is going to be orange. Okay. So let's go ahead and try working, try learning a bit, and then we do examples. So you can also be able to add an element to a list using the append method of list, where you use fruit.append and you put in whatever you like, and it's going to add up on the last value. And you can also use fruit.insert so that you can put in the specific index that you like using insert. You can also change a specific list item using the index, and you just say equals to, and you just give it whatever you would like to change. You can also remove a certain element. You can say fruits.remove, and you can remove, for example, banana. And also you can delete, which is the same thing, removes it from the list. But when you use remove, you use the specific element name. But in case of using delete, you use the index. So before the task, actually, let me show you with just few examples, and then you're going to do it. You're going to start to do the exercise. So let me show it to you the previous one in case I haven't. Oh, I did. Anyways. So print is so attached to my mouth. So list what we have is we have a fruit that's banana. We have apple. We have, let's say, cherry. Let's also have lemon. I don't know if a lemon is a fruit, but I believe it is. So whenever you would like to access a certain element, then you use index, as I said. So if you would like to, uh, you can go ahead and um, write list the first element, for example. So it's banana is printed because that's the zeros element. And you can find the last element by just um, using another function, which I'll show you a bit later after you practice what I'm teaching you here. Maybe the last element is the third index. So that's lemon. And if I would like to change the last element, lemon, with, um, let's say, list, um, the last element is 3, and I would like it to be replaced with, I don't know what it's called in English, but Mandarin. I hope most of the Ethiopian know this, Mandarin. I don't know what it's called in English. It's a small orange, but very sweet, and it's quite mangoish color. You know, it's, it's the same thing, I believe. Mandarin orange, Mandarin orange. So if we go ahead and print out the list now, we can see that it used to be, uh, let's print it before changing. So for the case of a variable, always it holds the last change that you've made. Originally, this was list, but we've updated it here. So the last value would be determined by the last update that you have made. Since it's going to update it in the memory. So originally it was banana, apple, cherry, and lemon. But later we've changed index 3 to be mandarin orange. So this is how you can be able to update your list. And the other things that we saw was removing a list item. So for you to be able to remove, for example, let's say, uh, but before removing, let's see adding. So let's say we wanted to add mango at the end of all the lists. So what you can say is list dot append. So whenever you want to add a certain function on top of an existing list or collection data types, and mostly other Python scripts, you just do dot. If there's a function towards it, and if you're using some kind of ID like mine, like PyCharm or VS Code, when you do dot, it's going to suggest you most of the functions that are related with list. So you can see that there's a paint, there's doc. We already seen what doc is. This is a doc string for it. You can see pop, copy, sort, clear, count. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. But mostly I'm going to show you the one that are used very often. So I'm going to use append. So append is a way that you can add an item at the end of the list. So I'm going to add mango. So then let's go ahead and check it out. List. Let's print the whole list. So if you don't give it any index, it's going to print out the whole list. You can see that it was banana, apple, cherry, mandarin, orange only. But later, it's banana, apple, cherry, mandarin, orange, and then mango was added on top of it, which is something that you can do. And was there something else that I jumped? No, insert. Insert is also the same thing, but you use the specific index to add it. So I can say list dot insert, and then I can say, for example, I wanted to add after banana, which is index number one. Maybe if you would like to add after apple, that's going to be index number two, because this is zero, this is one, and the next one is going to be two. So in two, I'm going to add in orange. Necessarily, orange is something closer to the something closer to the Mandarin. So I'm going to put it before Mandarin, which is going to be, this is zero, this is one, this is going to be two, and then I'm going to add it here, three. So on index number three, I'm going to give it a value of orange. So let's go ahead and print the updates. So you can see that the last value of list is the last update that exists. So that you can see that after cherry, orange was added, then mandarin orange comes, and then it goes to mango. The last thing is, if you would like to remove or delete specific list item, so you can say list dot delete, remove, remove, and you can give it whatever you like. So maybe for me, let's remove lemon. I think lemon was replaced, so we don't have lemon. I'm going to remove mango. And then we're going to print out list again to see if it's been removed. Yeah, so you see that it was on this stage, and now it's been changed into banana, apple, cherry, orange, and mandarin orange. Mandarin orange. Mandarin is Chinese language. This is Mandarin. Um, what's remaining? You can also delete using index. So maybe let's delete cherry, that's 0, 1, and cherry is at the third. So what we can do is list dot del delete item. Oh, delete list, and then we give it a value of so we give it the index. The index is, for this case, let's say 3. No, actually 2. Let's run this code, and you can see that oh, we haven't printed it, so let's print it out again. So it was banana, apple, cherry that you can see from the previous one. It was banana, apple, cherry has been removed, so it's orange and orange mandarin. Okay, these are the functions that are most related to lists. So as I've said, there are a lot more, but these are the basic ones. Okay, go ahead and try this question. This is a 1-minute challenge, but for you to be doing this, because I expect it's very important to understand about lists, and the rest of it won't be that difficult to understand, because it's mostly similar, just some properties does not apply. So go ahead and try this question. The first one is create a list containing 3 of your favorite colors and print the second color. And task 2 is given the list animal, dog and cat, add elephant to the list. Let me give you 2 minutes for each. It's 4 minutes. So let's just have 5 minutes of exercise time, then we'd resume. All right, I believe you've tried to work on the questions. Let's see the answers. So I'm going to go randomly. Melis answered favorite color is equals to purple, blue, green, and printed favorite color one. That's correct. Um, Edna said most of us have the same favorite color. Okay. Uh, Khaled said dog, dog and dog. Okay, dog and cat. Animal, dot, append, elephant. That's correct. That's correct. Most of you have done it, but just in case some of you have a bit of being unclear, then let's just do it together. So let's say, what was the, yeah, favorite color. So favorite color is equals to um, purple, blue. I'm just saying this randomly. It's necessarily not my favorite color. Orange. And then you should be able to print the middle one, which is favorite color and index of 1. The next question is animal is the list that holds two things. The first one is um, dog. The second one is cat. And then we'd like to append it with elephant. So if we go ahead and print out animal, we can see that it's been appended and we have dog, cat, and elephant has been added. You can check it out before you print it, before you append it, so that you can see the difference. Dog and cat. Okay, so let's proceed. So tuples. Tuples are, everything is the same as the list. The only basic difference that it has is tuples are actually um, immutable, which means you can't change them once you created them. I mean, base use case scenario could be coordinates. So uh, in cases that you don't want to change the file or the data that you stored, then using list tuple is much more better than lists. So that's the very basic difference, but mostly the things are very similar. So when you like to update a tuple, then it's you can add two tuples. Mm, that's one thing. That's what we call joining two tuples. But um, yeah, but if you like to change like 4, for example, into another value, then it's going to be an error. So there's a workaround trick that you can be able to change a tuple. I'll show you how to do that while we start to code. Okay, actually, this is an exercise for you. Oh, so you do the exercise. Maybe let me just give you a simple example regarding tuple. So let's say tuple 1, and that holds, by the way, something that you need to keep in mind about lists, about tuples. It's not necessary that you store strings all together or numbers together. You can mix them up. For example, in the list that I created earlier, it was just strings, but you can mix it up with different types of different data types. So for the tuple, for example, I can mix up two, and I can say name. Maybe let's give in information of someone else, and that could be John with an age of 23 and with height of 172 centimeters. Yeah, point something you can say so that it's a float. Now we can be able to print out any specific value of a tuple just exactly the same as in the list. The first index is going to be zeros index, and the second one is going to be the first index. The next one is going to be the second index. So tuple 1, 0. If I say this, then it's going to be John. And if it's 1 here, then it's going to be 23. Okay, but the thing is, if I would like to update the update one of the value of a tuple, let's say 23, I would like it to be 24, then it's going to be an error, and it says here you can read that tuple object does not support item assignment, because necessarily what it means is you cannot change it. But you can be able to join two tuples together. For example, tuple 1, tuple 2, I can create tuple 2 and put in some numbers. And the way that it differs from list is that you use curved brackets instead of square brackets. So let's say create a couple of numbers in here, and we can create tuple 3, which is an addition of tuple 1 plus tuple 2. And we can print to see what it looks like. So let's print out, let's use string formatting and tuple 1, tuple 2, tuple 3. We have an error because we haven't removed this one. So you see that originally, maybe let's remove this place, it's not necessary. This is tuple 1, this is tuple 2, and when it's joined, everything comes in to be together. Okay? So this is a bit of a task that you need to critically think. So create a tuple with 3 numbers, change the last one, and print it. As I said, tuples are not changeable, or they're not mutable. They are immutable. So the workaround you can think is use type conversion. Okay? You got the question right, or should I repeat the question? Let me know if I have to repeat the question. Is this clear? If the question is clear, then go ahead and try this. I'll give you 2 minutes for this challenge. So There is one reminder from the uh, our team. So we're going to have a lot of opportunities in the coming September also. So you can go ahead and join us in any of your preferred social media channel. So I'm going to send you a link tree which holds all the social media channels for Infnova. Um, I'm going to put it in the community channel also. You go ahead and join in any of your preferred social media, be it LinkedIn, be it Telegram, be it Facebook or Instagram. You can always join there, and you can use it. Um, you can benefit from all the opportunities that come. And for those of you living in Addis Ababa, we have 6 weeks of dedicated summer camp, which is going to be very interesting and hands-on. We have two tracks, which I'm going to discuss a bit after lunch. Okay, guys, go ahead and start to put your answers in the group. I'm going to put in a timer um, a timer for 2 minutes. Okay, guys, can you send it in the group or in the chat? I would like to see some of the responses. So let me see who first answered. Doug say Tuple is 9, 5, and 3, and Tuple is equals to list of Tuple. And then Tuple 2, you changed it into 10, and then you print it back again. That's amazing. So Sinna, my tuple 1 to 3, my list and list you made it into a list, and by list minus one, you started counting from the back, and then you printed it. But you haven't changed it back into a tuple. That's what you need to do. Plain tuple 1, 2, 3, list is equals to list of tuple, and you changed it and then you printed it. But it's all correct, you need to change it back. And BU also ABC, then you change it into a list. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct, guys. Robson, tuple 953, tuple is equals to list, tuple 2, yeah, that's correct. The only thing that you guys missed is you never changed it back into a tuple. So let's do it together. So it was tuple, let's say tuple, and let's give it a value of 1, 2, and 3. And then we would like to change the last one into some other thing. So I'm going to say tuple is equals to list of tuple. So then tuple, I'm going to change one of the values. That's going to be number 1, index 1. And I'm going to make it into something like a string, maybe changed. And then I can go ahead and print tuple, print, I need to change it back again to a tuple. So tuple is equals to tuple of tuple. So now I can go ahead and print tuple. Which means we can be able to see this. Yeah, it's been changed. I am on low battery. Can you give me a second? Let me go ahead and plug my computer. Okay. Okay, so this is great. So let's proceed to the next lessons. So dictionaries. So dictionaries are a bit different from the previous two data types because the at the heart of it, a dictionary works on a key value pair combination. Make sure you understand what it means about key value pair because we're going to apply this in different ways when we also start to learn about functions. So key value pair means there is a certain key and there's a value for that specific key. For example, when you define a function, you start with a curly bracket instead of a curved bracket for tuple or square bracket for list. So you use a curly bracket. So here you see that name and double dot and Alice. So name is the key while Alice is the value. Here also we have another key value pair inside the dictionary. Age is a key and 25 is a value. So it's a key value pair combination. You can keep on adding as much as you like, but you need to put a comma between each element except the last element. For the last element, you don't put in a comma. So whenever you like to access, print, change, or do anything to a value of a dictionary, then you're going to access it through the key, okay? Through the key. So print, person, and we say name. So name is connected to, this name key is connected to Alice. So it's going to print out Alice. So we don't use index, but instead um, we use keys, which is very important when it comes to bigger data, because you would never remember from a list that contains like 10,000 data. It's going to be very difficult. So sometimes dictionary would be very important because you would like to call them using a specific name that you've given as a key. So adding and removing dictionary item is pretty much very much similar to a list, except you don't use index, but you use the specific key, key for that specific value. So person dot, let's say a person square bracket city is equals to Addis Ababa. This is uh, adding a new value, key value pair to what existed previously to this one. To this one, it's adding new key value pair. And you can also delete a specific item by calling out its key, and then that item will be deleted. So delete person, and then you give it the age, and it's going to remove that key value pair. Okay, before we go there, let's do one. Let me show you one example. Then you guys do uh, exercise. I believe you're interested the way that we proceed, doing one exercise after each introduction, because that's the way I believe you can crystallize the concept. If I just do it, but you keep on listening, that's going to be very difficult. I believe that you sometimes code while I'm also coding, which is very good, okay? But make sure that you listen very attentively when I first explain. So for creating a dictionary named person, and that person is going to be someone from our trainee. I'm going to choose someone else. Um, can Khalid, are you there? Khalid Dida. Can you say yes so that you give me the information that I'm going to ask you? Khalid, the programmer. Thank you for being fast. Okay. Uh, the programmer, what's your name? I think it was Kadus if I really remember it correctly. Okay, I'm correct on that. Um, what's your, I don't know, your profession? Are you a student? Are you, you can also write me, see, okay, student. And also tell me what your country, and also send me what your city is. So you're a student, and also you're from Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. We are in the same city, just different, I don't know, whatever. So I can be able to access this person data very effectively. Using an index is a bit tricky because you need to count to find where it exists. But in the case of dictionary, I don't have to count. I just can say person, and then I just give the index. Indexing is the same that you use a square bracket, but then I give the key for example, for the name, the key that I've given here is name. So writing name here, then I can get Kudus. Okay. Um, I can also do the same for the country, then it's Ethiopia. Um, if you would like to add a certain element, then all you have to do is just um, give it the key, let's say city, and the value to that specific key, which is going to be Addis Ababa. So if we print out the whole list, person, then you see that name is Kedus, profession is a student, country is Ethiopia, city is Addis Ababa. Okay. So if you'd like to delete a certain element uh, from dictionary, you say delete person, and maybe I would just, let's say, remove profession, or maybe country. Select this profession and put it here, and let's print it back again. Person. So you see that name is Kedus, country is Ethiopia, city is Addis Ababa. Profession has been removed. This one has been removed. Now that it has been removed, you can always find the key value pair exactly the way that you like, which is going to be very important when you start to learn about loops. You can use both of them. So I can say person dot items, which I can print this. So it's going to give me the key value pair for the dictionary, which you can use it for different scenarios. Look now, for the dictionary items, the name has been paired with the key, which is the name key has been paired with the value, which is Kedus. So this is now a tuple, okay? And this is another tuple that holds country and Ethiopia. And this is another tuple that holds the city and Addis Ababa. And all the tuples are put together as a list. Okay, this is a nested collection data type structure. And this would be very important if you would like to manipulate more using your loops or on your dictionaries and stuff. So let me show you how you can be able to nest in a certain way after just learning sets. But before that, let's go ahead and try to do one exercise and then we'll be back. So the exercise here is create a dictionary for a student with name and grade, keys, and then print the grade. Okay? Go ahead and do that. I'm going to give you 2 minutes for this challenge. Okay, guys, I think most of you have worked on it. So let's now proceed to the next discussion, which is sets. So sets are a bit different than all the other ones because it's not necessarily as lists. It's not indexed, or you cannot find a specific value from a list. Consider it as this. For example, if it's a list, or a tuple, or the values, all the values are ordered set, which means the values are put in a specific order. The first value is there, the second value is there, the third value is there, and it keeps on following like that so that you can be able to access it specifically. But when it comes to sets, it's not any ordered. It's like putting all the items inside a bag or a plastic so that you cannot index it. For example, if you're putting all the boards in the same bag, mm, even though they have different colors, then you can be able to identify it as ordered. So um, since a set is not ordered, you cannot be able to access any of the items independently. For example, look, this is a unique number set, and if you'd like to access one, two, three, that's not possible. You can access the whole set just all together. And then why is set important could be your question. So sets are important for you to do any of the set operations like intersection, union, and more of those, which starts to make a lot of sense if you are applying skills in data science. So set operations could be, for example, as you can see here, union of a set, that is set one, this is set two, set one has one, two, and three, and set two has three, four, and five. Uh, the union of the two, you can go ahead and do set one and use this. I'm sorry, guys, you haven't been looking at my screen. It's okay, I'll explain what I've said. I believe you've been listening, but you haven't seen my screen. So the way that you can define a set is as follows. You use curly bracket as dictionaries, but then the sets are not ordered. So look here, we have 1, 2, 3, 3, and 4. You can have duplicates of data in a set. So uh, in this set, there is no specific order, but you can do set operations like union, intersection, and there are a lot of more that you can do. So set one has a value of 1, 2, and 3, and set 2 has a value of 3, 4, and 5. So the union of set 1 and set 2 could be you have uh, this straight bar in between them. You can find it in your keyboard. Mostly we don't use them. So using this, you can find the union of the two. And if you like the intersection, then it's going to say and. So I believe you understand what intersection means and what union means. So union is the combination of everything in set one and in set two. But while intersection is what's common to both the sets. So for our case, the common is 3 because 3 is found in set 2 and also 3 is found in set 1. So let's do one example, then you are going to do a question. Set 1 is equals to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And set, and let's give it a bit of some other characters also, A, B, and B. Set 2 equals to, let's start off with 6, 7, 8, and 9. And let's give it B and C. So you can just see and print the value of set 1 to check out what it is. So you can also do set 1 plus set 2. I believe that's a union. Oh, it doesn't work. What you need to do is only use the syntax. So this is like the union of the two sets. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and BCA. So sometimes the order can change while using sets. Look, previously it was different. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now B comes in, then 7, 8, 9, and AC. If I run it again, it's also going to be different. Now look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, BAC. Every time that I run it again, it's going to shuffle because sets are not ordered sets. That's why you cannot be able to index it. Their order does not really matter. And if you like to check out their intersection, you can go ahead and say print set 1 and set 2. That's going to be B and 6, their intersection. Okay, good. So go ahead and try these questions. I'm going to send you a screenshot of these exercise on a Telegram group on the resource section, but I'm going to put it everywhere else so that you can check it out. So before you proceed to the questions, let's go and use like 2 minutes for going and joining our social media, which I have sent the link tree a bit earlier. And also, please make sure that you have subscribed to our channel if you're looking for more contents like these, because we see data that a lot of people that are watching your videos are not actually subscribed. So we really appreciate you do that. There are a lot of contents that we're going to do regarding data science, programming, making. There's a lot to come. This is just the beginning. So go ahead and subscribe to our channel, and we'd appreciate it if you can comment on our videos, and especially if you're looking some videos in Amharic, that's something possible. So we'd count out the comments. If there are a lot of people looking for some of the videos to be in Amharic, then we can start to develop that. But we need to see a lot of community commenting. We would like the content in Amharic. So you can check out, you can go ahead and comment in any of the videos that if you're looking it to be produced in Amharic. So I'm going to share the link tree again, which you can be able to use it for joining the social media. Maybe, I don't know, I've posted it somewhere else. Maybe Dave can help me with that. So link 3 would be sent out to you guys. Okay, just use that for 2 minutes or something else. Maybe I can find it here. Actually, I got it. So there you go. Go ahead and follow us in any of your preferred social media channel, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, or LinkedIn. We'd be sharing the same information throughout so that in any of the channels you wouldn't be missing an opportunity. Okay, let's do it together. Okay, so the questions are create a list of 3 countries and print the second one. Create a tuple containing 3 different ages and print the first one. So country is equals to, let's use some of the countries in here. Most of people from Ethiopia and Botswana, and also from Liberia. So, and print the second one. So print the second one, which is Botswana. So it's going to be country, and we're going to give it a first index. So it's going to be Botswana, as you can see it here. And the second question is age. Create age with 3 different types of age. Let's say 3, this is a child and a teenager and someone old, like 56. And then let's go ahead and print the first age. That's what it says. Yeah, first one, the child. So that's going to be 0. And let's print it. That's 3. Create a dictionary representing a book with a title and an author key. Print the title. So the dictionary is, let's say, book, and it does have a title. Maybe the title of the book is Rich Dad or Dad. And we put a comma here, and the title, and I think it's author. And the author of the book is Robert T. Kiyosaki. So, and then we're supposed to print out the title of the book. So we say print title, and we give it the title of the book as I'm sorry, here I say book and index of it. And I have rich dot, poor dot, which is the title of the book. The fourth question is add a new key year to the book dictionary and print it. So since I'm going to send you the questions, maybe I can say question number one, I'm going to comment this, and question number two, I'm also going to comment this. No. This is not question number two. This is question number two. And this is question number three. And add key year to the book dictionary and print it. So this is we say book and we give it a key of the book could be year, and I really don't know when it was actually written. Let me see. I'm checking. It's in 1997. 1997. So let's run this. And let's print it actually before we run it. Book. So you see that we have title, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the author Robert Kiyosaki, and a year has been added to as a new keyword pair. This is for question number 4. And the last question is create two sets of number and print their union. So this is question number 5. Let's create set 1, which is a curly bracket, and let's give it a value of A, B, and C. And for set 2, let's give it a value of maybe numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. And union, let's say, is set 1 and set 2. So we print out set union. Okay, you can see that it's not ordered, so all you need to do is just check the data. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is there, B, C, A, B, C is there also. So that's how it is for all the questions. I'm going to send out the questions answer so you can refer to it in case you want it. I'm sending this in the Telegram chat. Okay. We are only 3 minutes remaining before the end of the class. So I'm going to just introduce you to the next class. And then we're going to go for lunch. So after lunch, we're going to actually proceed on learning about decisions. So we're going to be a bit faster so that we can complete functions today. So I need you to dedicate like 10 minutes or 20 minutes to check out the video that we're going to post during lunchtime, okay? So that you can cope up. So for the remaining 1 minute before we go to lunch, or 2 minutes, let's dedicate this to for you to go ahead and join in any of our preferred in any of your preferred social media, and also make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel and also other social media. Let's have 3 minutes of social media time. And what you can do is once you uh, followed us, we need to have a very big community regarding programming Python in Africa. So let's all start to share our maybe screenshot or maybe a screenshot of the YouTube streaming, anything that you like on your Instagram, on your Facebook, on your LinkedIn, or Telegram, and also make sure that you mention us. So here's our handle. Um, sharing our handles that you can use in any of um, our social media so that we can watch what you've been posting. And yeah, make sure to use these hashtags so that we can always check you out. And we start to build a very strong community in programming in Africa. Um, yeah, so this is the hashtags that I sent you. So when you share in any of the social media regarding this training, make sure that you use these hashtags plus other hashtags that you want to add, like Python and everything, so that we can start to see you, start to communicate, start to build up and get bigger and bigger. Okay, let's dedicate 3 minutes. That would be 12:05, and then we'd go to lunch. So I'm going to start the timer for doing this social media stuff. So it's just 3 minutes. Go ahead and do share, also subscribe, also follow us in any of your preferred channel. Is this clear? The thing that I just said, I need you to give me a comment. If this is clear, that's going to be great. For the attendance, oh, we forgot to send out the attendance. Thank you for reminding me, Kadus. So attendance would be sent out right after you do this task, so that before you go to lunch, make sure that you fill in the attendance. The test we ran a bit late, that's why. But it's a good announcement now that we're going to start in the afternoon with the test. You're going to have two tests in the afternoon. Yeah. So, Nati, can you please send out the attendance after just this bell rings? Before this it rings, please don't. I believe everyone is doing the social media activity. Go ahead and share it in your LinkedIn or maybe Instagram. Make sure that you put us in handle. When you just say at and start to write Impnova, you can find us. I believe you understand our logo from the training. Is this clear? I want a confirmation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your confirmation. Let's go ahead and do our social media activity before we leave for lunch. Okay, so Nati, you can send out the registration for the attendance, and everyone make sure that you fill in the attendance and before you go to lunch. Nati, I'll wait until you send out the attendance. Okay, Nati, I've sent you the attendance. Maybe Nati also put it in the chat section if that's any easier for them. But it doesn't work. Can you guys try it again? I think, can you try it again? Because it should work now. I can see that most of the people are filling in the attendance. Yeah, see you after lunch. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Um, it's about time that we're going to start our class. So start joining the class. Maybe get your cup of tea or water and get set to proceed the day. Hello, guys. Let's start to join the class. It's about time that we start um, to resume our class. Please remind all your friends to join the class. Also, be writing in the Telegram group to join the class. Okay, let's start to join the class. Um, the class has started. Okay, let me see 5 people saying uh, so regarding attendance, the morning attendance has already been sent, and Daniel, I don't think we are going to send it again. So, okay, let's just start. All right, so we're going to keep on learning about control flows. So control flows are important for scenarios where you would like your program to flow in a certain direction. So there are two basic scenarios of control flow. The first one is the decision, and the second one is the loop. So let's start off with the decision, and then we'd follow on learning about the loops. So I would like to start this class with a question. Why do we use control flows? Maybe you can answer the question in the chat section. Uh, Nati, can you send uh, the live section link, the YouTube link, in the chat? I mean, in the Telegram group, so that they can easily find it. Maybe you can also pin it. Okay, so for those of you who've just joined, can you go ahead and say what, why control flows are important, and the things that you know about control flows also. But most importantly, why do we use control flows? Okay, so I can see that a lot of you have started answering. Mickey said for ear handling. Well, I couldn't say that. But Torpedo said for compilers, not really. Dagam said to make decisions and also carry out loops. That makes a lot of sense. Um, Khalid says function execution and reusability. That's typically for function. Miki said for use repetition to execute repeated tasks. Yeah, that would be useful. To call routine tasks as we want using such control keywords. Yeah, routine tasks, that makes sense. Sabe Media said, repeat actions without writing the same thing over and over again. Yeah. Um, Wazam said, for decision making and repetition. Um, uh, Dagam, I think you should be able to hear me now. Uh, Dagam, maybe check from your side of connection because I am actually audible and I got confirmation from the team. So Nathaniel Getachew said for controlling the flow of execution of code. Hemu said for iteration and decision. That's correct. Betal Johannes said control flow lets a program make decisions and repeat tasks instead of running codes in straight line. Great, guys. Great. So thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you, Nathaniel. Nathaniel also confirmed me that I'm audible. Okay, so this is the last reminder because some people who are actually in this training, but then you haven't filled in the grouping form. This is the last time that we're going to tell you because grouping is about to be sent out before the end of the training today, and you start to know your group mates and start to communicate. So considering this case, please make sure that you register, okay? We'd also send out uh, in the Telegram group, the community channel. So we're going to also be sending it out there. So please go ahead and fill it in. I'll give you just 1 minute to do this, and then we will continue. Let me see a confirmation uh, that you have all filled in. For example, Edna Tasfai, you haven't filled in the form. If you have done filling it, please confirm. And everyone who have filled in the form, please confirm in this channel. Okay, thank you, Robson. Okay, Edna completed it. Okay, Dajani, Mellas. Mellas, haven't you filled in? You can find it in the Telegram group. It's been shared. It's been shared yesterday. We were sharing it because some of you haven't filled it in yet. Most of you have did, but I think there are some names that have been participating well, but we couldn't really find you. That's why we're asking. Yeah, okay, thank you, Hemu. You've done it yesterday. Belaine, you've done it yesterday. Twanda, you've done it also. Great, great, guys. Okay, so you've said a couple of words regarding control flow. So control flow is important in the case that we actually um, want our program to flow in a different direction. Like if you don't have control flows, the only way that the program goes is just straightforward, starting from the first line, and just keeps on going until the end, without considering any branching, any decision, just straightforward. But when you add in uh, um, some of control flow features, then you would be able to make paths of decisions. You can change the paths where actually the program goes. So there are two basic important things when it comes to control flows. The first one is condition. So what condition means is that condition is a way that you choose between certain facts, some of the facts that exist, like making decision, like in daily life. For example, if you're having your lunch today and you wanted to decide between drinking coffee or drinking water or drinking tea, this is three choices that you have, and you wanted to make a decision. Maybe a decision between water and coffee is not something to make, but a decision between coffee or tea. So that's a decision that you make. And this is one time action that you actually implement. But then repetition is something that is done for a couple of times, or something that goes on infinitely. So you can consider this, for example, as you're eating your food for your lunch, you keep on reaching to your plate, then you start to eat the food, and then you get more from a plate. You keep on doing this until your plate is completely done. So this is a finite loop. You keep on repeating the same task until you are done eating. So repetition is a way that the same task is done again and again, until the point that we don't want it anymore, or it goes on running forever and ever. That's what we call a finite loop, which ends at a certain point, and an infinite loop, which doesn't actually end. And a condition is something that is a choice is done between some factors. So I believe if you understood this very well, then the rest shouldn't be that difficult for you to start to grasp the concept. So decision making is to choose between certain points. So let's start to see the if statement. So the if statement is a way that it checks a certain condition, and then if that condition is actually true, it's going to execute a certain body of um, code. Just before that, let me describe a bit about indentation. So indentation is a way that you go uh, a bit inner from the very basic line in your programming. For example, look in this line of program, um, I could say, uh, let's not worry about what I write, because I'm just trying to teach you indentation. Maybe I read something else so that it makes a bit of better sense. First, and here, second, and here, third. So this is third closing, second closing, first closing. So you can see that in this one, the first one starts at the very basic, and the second one goes inside like four spaces. Necessarily, it's like one that's indented inwards, which means that anything written here is actually inside the body of the previous one. Maybe I can start to draw on it so that you can understand it much more clearly. Because in Python, a lot of error actually happen due to the fact that your indentation is actually wrong. Look, so let me get a color. So you see that we have an indentation that goes in one step, and here we have two steps. So what this means is, this second one actually is inside the first block, and this third block is actually inside the second block. So this is the point where the third block closes. Look, the third block closes here, and the second block is closing here, and the first block is closing to the same direction as the first one. So keep in mind that indentation is correct when it comes to programming in Python, so that everything goes clear. So you can see that, to make it more clear, this is the indentation level of the third code, this is the indentation level of the first code, the second code, and this is the indentation level of the first code. So anything that you indent means it's actually inside or the previous unindented part. So considering that, the if statement is being indented after the condition. So the syntax for if statement is, you start with if and you say age greater or equals to 18. This is the condition. This is the condition that is checked if it's true or false. So if this condition is actually true, then whatever is inside the body is going to be executed. And if this statement is false, it's never going to execute it. So for if statement, it never considers what happens when it's false. It only considers what happens when it's true. So whatever happens when it's false, it's none of the case for only if statement is used. But in the case of if-else statement, it considers the else, or which is the false of the condition. Look, it's the same example, but now age is 16, and it tries to check the condition if age is actually greater or equals to 18. But if age is not is if age is greater or equals to 18, and that's true, it's going to print out you're eligible to vote. But if this condition is not actually true, it's going to go to the else, and it would print you're not eligible to vote. So it's very you can choose between whichever you want. If you only want the true condition and never want to mind about the false, then you just use if only. Otherwise, you'd be using if else. So let's go ahead and try working on on this exercise itself. So let's get age from the user. So we can say integer version of uh, input. Please enter your age, and then print if age is greater or equals to 18, then we say you can vote. Else, print you can't vote. Okay, so let's run this code, and it's going to ask, please enter your age. So let's give it an age of 56. You can vote because it's way greater than 18. If we try and give it something like 12 years old, then it's going to say you cannot vote. Okay, so this is the way that you can use if-else statements. Okay, let's go ahead and try this 3 tasks. Maybe let's assign 2.5 minutes for each, and that's going to be 7.5 minutes. But before that, if you have any questions, please write it down in the chat section so that I can answer it. Okay, so let me see like 5 people saying this is clear. Then we proceed. But in between 5 people, if someone says, this is not clear, I would repeat. It's clear, said Daniel. Dagam said also it's clear. Muhammad, that's 3 clears. 2 more remaining. Anyone who haven't understood? That's 4 clear. Dejani, thank you. 1 remaining. 1 clear remaining. The programmer said it's clear. Voila. So I'm going to start the timer just for you to have maybe I'm going to send you also the screenshot. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to start the timer. You just go ahead and start it. All right. So I can see that most of you tried working it. So let's actually try working it together. So the first question is, write an if statement that prints access granted if the variable password is equals to password 123, and write if-else statements that prints welcome if user is admin, otherwise print access denied. And the third task is write if-else statement that prints welcome if user is admin and password is +123, otherwise access denied. So I would like to see if someone has done the third one. Oh, you just literally printed access denied. I was expecting if statement or like candid. It's I think you got it wrongly, the question. Then it's never related to the password or anything. Edna, enter name, okay, password, if name is equals to admin, and that's also something that you can check, Edna, but you would never know if the password is wrong or the username is wrong. So if one of it is wrong, it's never going to join. But that's correct. Emu took a password and you just printed it literally. You haven't used if statement. Dagam took a password and then username, and you literally no, you and if username, if password is equals to 123, print access granted. Okay, let's do it together. Eshi. So we have user. The first question was, yeah, password is equals to capital PSS 123, and if password is equals to P pass 123, then we are going to print access granted. This is the case that we are going to use, I mean, if we only require else, if statement. But if you require the else part, you can also add print uh, access denied. So if we go ahead and run the code, you can see that it's access granted because password was pass123. If I make this small letter, then it's going to be access denied. The second question is based on a username. So username equals to admin, and it tries to check if username is equals to admin, and it prints access granted because only in the situation where username is admin. But else, it's going to print out access denied. Let's run this. So it's access granted on both of the situation. But what if we want to check in just one statement what we have done in two if statements? So this is the point that I'm going to teach you nested nested statements. So nested statements mean, for example, for the case of if statement, if one statement is inside the other one, that means a one condition won't be executed because it's going to wait for the other condition also to be executed. Two conditions are checked before anything is executed. For example, here, if user name is equals to pass admin, it goes to the second loop if statement, checking the answer. So if password is equals to user, I think password is pass123. So you can see from this that this is actually the very first condition that is going to be checked. Since this is indented, and I say that whatever is indented is actually beneath or a child for the previous statement. So this is only going to be executed, the one that I selected is going to be executed when the previous condition is actually true. If the username is never correct, it's never going to come to this decision. So if it comes to this decision, we can say this is true, and it came here. And if this is true, then we go indenting again. So we're going to print out access granted. Else password else. I mean, now this else that I write is referring to the one in the same indentation as I've previously explained. So it's referring to this if. So we're going to print out access denied. But why? Why was access denied? Was it the username? No, the username was okay, but the password was wrong. Access denied, wrong password. So we go back and write another else. Now this else is referring to the same indentation level, so it's referring actually to this if statement. So I can go ahead and write print access denied, wrong username. So we can go ahead and run this. It's access granted because both password in the username are correct. I'm going to make the password wrong. When I run this code, it says access denied because of wrong password. And I'm going to make the password right, and I'm going to make the username wrong. And if I run this again, it says access denied, wrong username. I hope this is clear. So if you have any questions, you can always ask in the Telegram group or in the chat, and our good assistants would be supporting you through that. So if-else statement. These statements are important in the case that you have more than two situations. The situations that we've been seeing until this point are just two. You just check if a statement is true or false, and then you just pass one. But necessarily, sometimes it's way beyond that. So when you have more than one situation, then you have if statement. If, for example, temperature is greater than 35, then that's a burning hot, and it's very hot, we say. Else if, this is else if written as elif for the syntax in Python. That's if the temperature is actually greater than 25, then it prints it's warm. Else if temperature is greater than 15, it's cool. And if any of the situation is not satisfied, then it goes printing in the last statement, which is it's cold. So we use else if statement in a case where we have more than two situations, like purely true or false. When you have more than that situation, then it's going to be important for you to actually use the else if statement. So let's go ahead and do an exercise on these. I'm going to send you a code for this in the Telegram group, in the resource section. You can always refer to it. Okay, so temperature is equals to 30, and if temperature is greater than 35, then we print out it's very hot. If temperature is greater than 25, then we print it's hot only. And but necessarily it should be elif. Okay, if I say if statement, it's never connected to the previous one. Elif temperature is greater than 15, then print it's cool. Else print it's cold. So maybe you could have a question saying, why is it that necessarily for 30, it's also greater than 25? This is true. For 30, it's greater than 15. Why didn't it print hot? It's cool, but it prints it's very hot. If you know, it prints it's hot because this temperature 30, it tries to check the situation, which is false. It doesn't print this. When it comes to this situation, it's true. Temperature is actually greater than 25. That's true. So it's going to print out it's hot. but it doesn't check the situation, which is true. Temperature is greater than 15. But for the case of else if statement, it goes in a sequence of starting from the very top line, going through all the situations. And if one of the situation is true, like in the case of here, this is true, so it's never going to go checking the next one. It's just going to complete the if statements, if else if statement. And it's going to jump to the next line of the code, whatever is there after the else if statement. The else statement is executed when it tries to check all the situation and it's never true. For example, let's give it like a temperature of 10 degrees centigrade. So it's going to print out it's cold, which is necessarily at the end of everything. So it is clear. Can I get a confirmation if it's clear? And if you have questions, you can also say your question. Okay, it's clear, it's clear. I got a confirmation. Good. So okay, you go ahead and try this question. You have 3 minutes for this exercise, then we're going to do it together. Okay. So I think you all have tried to work on it. Um, let's try and work on it together. Um, so the task is write an if-else statement. It says baby if age is less than or equals to 5, child if it's between 5 and 13, teenager if it's between 13 and 19, adult otherwise. Okay, so age is equals to, let's start off with just 23. And if age is less than or equals to 5, then we print baby. Else if age is less than or equals to age is less than, it's between 5 and 13, then we're going to print child 13, and we print child, and age is less than or equals to 19, we print teenager, else we print out adult. Got it? So yeah, let's go ahead and run this, since the age that we've given it is 23 and it's supposed to fall as an adult, which is an adult. So you can see that 23 is actually greater than every one of it. So if I write, for example, an age of 3, then it's going to be actually a baby. But necessarily 3 is greater than, less than 13, and 3 is less than also 19. But it never checks anything below this, because the situation is satisfied here and it's true. It never goes to any of the following um, decisions. Okay, I'll be sending out this in the resource section in case you would like to see what I have done. Okay, let's proceed to loops. So decisions are something that we choose between certain things, but loops, as I've said a bit earlier, it's a way that we can make something do again and again for over a couple of times. So loops are important in that case. So in Python we have while loop and also for loop. These are the two loops that are in Python. So a while loop runs a certain task multiple times until the condition, as long as the condition is true. If the condition isn't necessarily false, then it's never going to execute. For example, here, look, while count is less than or equals to 5, then it's going to execute the body of the loop as long as this situation is true. If this situation is necessarily not true, it's never going to execute anything in beneath it. So this is actually true because count is 1, and then it's going to keep on executing this line of code. While count is less than or equals to 5, then it's going to run it. So we can go ahead and try this by coding. So let's say we have a value I, and that I equals to 1, and let's have a while loop, and if we checks if I is less than or equals to 5, and it prints out I. So you see that it keeps on printing out I, which is 1, infinitely. It never stops running this code. This is what we call infinite code, because the way that it works is I is 1, and while I is less than or equals to 5, it always executes this line of code. And I is 1, and it's always less than 5, and it keeps on running again and again. So it checks it, if it's true, it goes in, which is true, so it goes in, printing in I, and then it comes back to check again, and it keeps on going on this loop forever and ever. So this is infinite loop. So I'm stopping the loop, and the way that we can make these loops finite is we make I to update itself. I say I plus equals to 1. Necessarily, this is a shorthand representation of I is equals to I plus 1. Okay? So this is just a shorthand writing form of I is equals to I plus 1, which we've discussed yesterday, by the way. So if we run this code now, we can see that it only runs until 5. It checks if I is less than or equals to 1. Maybe actually I can do this as a on a whiteboard to explain how the loop iterates inside, so that you can understand it more. Maybe in the next example, because this is not that difficult to understand. It keeps on updating I, and it checks I, it keeps on running it. So I was originally 1, it comes into the loop, and it prints I, which is 1, then it updates I to be 2, because it adds 1 to it, it comes back to the loop, now it's true, and it prints it, I is now 3, and it goes back again, checks it, that's true, it prints 3, then it goes adding I, that's 4, then it goes checking it again, and it goes until 5. Maybe, I don't know if that's an exercise, but yeah, before. Okay. Let me do one exercise for you here, which tries to add up a number between 1 and 4. So let's say I equals to 0, and y let's have sum equals to 0 also, while I is less than 4, less than or equals to So it's a bit different to say less than or equals to. If I say less than or equals to, it includes 4. But if I say only less than, then it doesn't include 4. So I'm going to say uh, uh, sum plus equals 1, which is the same as sum is equals to sum plus 1. Okay, so um, let's go ahead and print out sum. Sum plus I. Oh, this is necessarily an infinite loop. I need to update I plus equals to 1, which necessarily means I is equals to I plus 1. So since this is very important, let's see each steps by drawing and how it actually appeared to have the result 10. So I'm going to bring in my whiteboard because understanding about loops is very vital when it comes to programming. Okay, let me make half of the screen. I believe you can see me. Is it too small to see? I hope not. Okay. So let's trace the value of I and also the value of sum to see how it's actually behaving, or the number values. So originally I was 0 and also sum was 0. And you see that in the while loop, it checks if I is less than or equals to 4, and that's true. I is 0. So it goes inside the loop, and what it does is it adds 0 to sum, which is the value of I. So I plus sum is going to be 0. So nothing changed. Thus the value of sum would be 0, and I will be updated to be 1 because 1 is added to I. And then it goes back again to check in the loop. Now I is 1, so 1 less than or equals to 4, which is true. And then it goes in again and it adds the value of I to sum, which means it adds 1 to 0. And the sum of 1 and 0 is going to be 1, which is going to be saved in the sum memory. And the value of sum, now the value of I will be updated, where I was originally 1, previously 1, and when 1 is added to it, it's going to be 2. So it's going to come back again, and you can see that I is less than or equals to 4. That is true because I is 2. So it's going to add now the value of I, which is 2, to sum. So because this is 2 now, it's going to add 2 and 1 together, which is going to be the new value of sum, that is going to be 3. Then it goes in again and it updates I to be 3 by adding 1 on it. It goes back again to check in the loop 3 less than 4, that is correct. So it goes adding 3 to the previous value of sum, which is sum was 3, 3 plus 3 is going to be 6. So for you to be clear, this is the addition line, this is the addition line. Okay, this is the addition line that's going happening. So it's added towards and it changed to this value now. 3 plus 3, it's going to be 6. And I will be updated. I was 3 and it's updated to by 1, that's going to be 4, and it's going to check in the loop that's 4 less than or equals to 4 because we have the equality sign that is true. Had we not had it, equality sign, had it been only less than, it's going to be false. But we have less than or equals to, and the value of I is 4, so that's going to be true. So it's going to be added to the previous value of sum. So it was 4 here, and it's 6 here. Adding both of them would give us a result of 10. So the next iteration is I would be 5. So when it comes to checking the loop, 5 less than or equals to 4, this is going to be false. And since it's false, it's never going to go inside the loop. And this would be the end of the execution of the loop. So the final result would be 10. Okay, I believe it's much clearer now. So try to understand the logic that is happening inside of a certain decision statements. I mean loop statements, so that you understand very crystally what's happening inside of a loop. Now let's start to discuss about for loops. For loops. Someone has said, how do I stop infinite loops? So there's a lot of way that you can do, but necessarily sometimes let me just comment this, and it's going to be an infinite loop. You see that there is a stop signature here, okay? Because it's an infinite loop, you have it break signal in different IDs that you run. And also they've sent you a shortcut to also stop. Okay, so for loop. For loop is one of the iconic loop, and it's very extremely helpful in many situations. This is because the fact that the loop would be iterating through sequence, which I mean most programming language does not have it as a syntax. You probably have to develop a certain logic by yourself to be able to do this. So for example, let's say you have a list and you can iterate through it. You have a string, you can iterate through this. In for loops, some function known as range is something that we use very often. So range is a function that has 3 attributes. So the first one is the starting point, and the second one is the ending point, that is, let's say 5, and the last one is the stepping point. Let's try to realize what the sequence of this range is. So it starts with 0, and the next number is going to be whatever the previous number was plus 2. So originally it was 0, then when we add 2 to this, it's going to be 2, and the next sequence in the number is going to be plus 2, that's going to be 4, and the next sequence plus 2, that's going to be 6, but necessarily this is the endpoint. And the endpoint is not it's not including the boundary. It includes the number before the boundary. So maybe to do one more example, I can say range 0 to 7 and with a step of 5. So which is going to mean it's going to start on 0 and the next number is going to be added by adding 5, and that's going to be 5, and the next number is going to be plus 5, that's 10, and it's already exceeded the boundary, so it's only going to be 0 and 5. So we're using this range function so that we can have sequence of numbers that we require in our for loop. So for I in range, I can say a range that starts with 0 until 10. If I don't write anything for the step, it's by default 1. So I can go ahead and print the value of I. You can see that it printed 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8, 9. So what this actually means is as follows. So what's the value? The value of the range 0 to 10 is it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So this is the sequence that is being fed. So I is a value that is standing to pick up the active sequence. Look, so I was originally pointing to the first sequence in the first number in the sequence. When this is done, it takes in I and it prints it, maybe any execution in the body, and then I is going to change into the second sequence. And once it's been printed to be like in this scenario, like in this scenario, look, once 1 has been printed, I is going to change again to point to 2. And it keeps on pointing to the next number, to the next number, to the next number, until the last one. So using this sequence, you can be able to do anything that you actually require using for loop. There's a lot that we can do using for loops. So before I teach you about break continue statement, actually there is an exercise on this, so maybe I can just teach you. It's not, this is a very easy concept. So let's say, you see that it prints 0 to 9. It doesn't really include the last boundary condition. Yeah, it doesn't really include the last boundary condition. But if you really don't want it to print after a certain point, you can include if statement, nested if statement inside nesting if statement inside the for loop, and you can say if I is equals to let's say 5, and then you want to break the loop. You don't want to continue anymore. But if it's not 5, then you keep on printing I. So it keeps on doing printing the value of I for 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And when I is equals to 5, then it's going to break the loop. Okay, this condition is met, and when the break signal is given, it never goes back again to the loop. regardless, even if the sequence is not completed yet. So it just prints I and it's going to break the loop. But if I say continue here, look the difference. Here it just stopped at 4. But when I say continue, it just jumped the exact sequence that it was. So it's printed 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It jumped 5. And it went working on 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? So, which means that when you use continue statement, it's going to jump into the next iteration. It's going to jump the existing iteration to follow for the next iteration. I hope that was clear in the past statement. So the past statement is something that we use very often whenever you define certain type of loop, decision, or function, but you don't really know what you have to do with it for now. You just, for example, let's say I just define for I in range or sequence maybe, and you just say pass. And it's never going to cause you a sequence is not there, that's causing the error. I'm going to say range that starts at 1 and ends at 5. But I really range. So it just passes this loop. I have defined the head of the loop, but I don't know what the body is for now. So I just can't pass it, which I can let her come back to work on it, and I can just keep on working my other part of the code. But if I don't do this pass and I don't complete the execution, the body part of this loop, it's going to cause me an error. The same is true. You can use a pass statement for if statements and so forth. If you have any questions, I would like to hear. Okay, the programmer said, why does it skip 5? Okay, I will explain again. Thank you for your question. Muhammad said, why not 10? And Robel said, what's the difference between for loop and while loop? Okay. I'm going to answer all the questions together. If you have questions, please write it down in the chat box or you can just ask me directly. Okay. Nabi, you said, what's the difference between continue and pass? Okay, I'll explain again. Why use pass if you don't want to execute code? Then why did you write it? Okay, let's start with some of the similar ones regarding the loop. So, Robin, you said, what's the difference between for loop and a while loop? So, a while loop is necessarily when you consider only a certain index numbers. Mostly, the loop is keeps on executing. For example, in this case, this is a while loop. It keeps on executing until the point where this situation is true or not. It follows the situation that this condition is fulfilled or not. But necessarily when it comes to for loop is focusing on sequence instead of a certain specific condition. Maybe to make this much clearer, I'm going to give you another example using for loop. Early in the morning, we discussed about lists, right? I'm going to create that morning list which says fruit. So this fruit is banana, apple, and orange, and mango maybe. Apple and mango. So you see that if we go ahead and use for loop, I can just uh, give fruit as a sequence and print I. So now it's much easier. You don't have to go through iteration or creating a certain I value or anything. Okay, it just goes on printing from the sequence. Maybe to just make this a bit clearer, I'm going to explain it here by drawing it. So the sequence was banana, apple. I'm going to write the first letters. I think it's okay, right? So that I have enough space. Yeah, is that cool, Robin? So this is orange, and this is going to be mango. So I is the value that's going to point out each of them. So originally, the first point I is going to point at banana, then it's going to go to the body of the for loop, it's going to print I. And for the next iteration, it's going to point into apple, and then it's going to print out apple. And for the next one, it's going to point into orange, and then it's going to print out orange because the body of the loop prints orange. And for the next one, it's going to point into mango, and it's going to print mango. Okay, this is the way that it's going to follow on to actually print a sequence. But this is not the case for while loop. While loop checks a condition. Robin, did I answer your question? If it's not clear, please you can write. Mohammed, you said why not 10? I am not sure at which point you said that. I don't know why not 10. I don't know where it is. Maybe can you be a bit specific? The programmer, I think that's Kudus, and you said, why does it skip 5? It's skipping 5 because we said continue. Look, because where was that line of code? I think it was here. It's skipping 5 because we said continue. Look, if I run this code, it runs 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but because of the continue keyword, it goes in jumping in the sequence which is currently running. Mohammed, you said, I said, why not the last boundary is included? That's the syntax. That's nothing to change for now. You know, this is something that has been said by the Python organization. This is something that you need just to memorize. If you would like to include 10, then you add 1, that you go until 11. Is that clear, Mohammed? Robin, okay, you got it. Great. Why does it skip 5? Kadus, is this clear? Just give me confirmation. Maybe what's the difference between continue and pass? So continue, it jumps the specific iteration it is. So it goes through the iteration. Look, goes through the iteration of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it jumps 5, and it keeps on going the iteration. But for a past statement, it doesn't even start to work on anything. It's a bit different from comments because it exists, but it's never defined. There is only the head of it. You just leave it that you can later come back to it. Sometimes in programming, you start to think of writing 4 functions, but you wouldn't know, you couldn't start all 4 at once, right? But you would like to just name the functions and you would later come back to write, to work on them. That's why you want to mention this. I think this is the question by someone else I saw. Then why is important to actually do pass if we don't define it? We're doing this because sometimes you have a lot of functions that you want to build and you would forget them later on. So you just write their name of the function or maybe the for loop or any decision, and then you can come back to it. I think, Dagam, your question is also answered, right? I believe all the questions has been answered. Okay, just give me a confirmation if everything is clear, which I believe it is. If it's not, you can still ask. If you go without doing an exercise to a break, then it's going to be bad for you. You could probably forget this. So go ahead and check out these questions. Dagam, you said double question mark. Be specific on what's not clear, what's clear. Okay, let's go ahead and working on the questions. So the first question is write a for loop that prints each character of a string in Prova Technologies. And task 2 is write a loop that prints only even numbers between 1 and 10. I think this is a bit challenging question considering what we've been doing previously. Dagan, you said, I hope that you said you wanted to say now it's clear. Yeah, I hope so. So go ahead and do this. I'm going to give you maybe 3.5 minutes for each question, or maybe 4 minutes. It's okay. So 8 minutes, and then you'd go out for your 15 minutes break. So let's give it a timer of 8 minutes. Okay, guys, I believe you've done the question. We'd come back on it after the break. Okay, go ahead and take your 15 minutes break, get a cup of tea, get a cup of water, get a cup of coffee. Then we'll meet after 15 minutes. So I'll start the timer. When the timer ends, then come back. Okay, you now go take your break. Hello, everyone. Let's start to join the call. Break time is over. Let's start to join the call and let's move on doing the exercise and also some few more exercises that we can do. So, yeah, okay. So let me see what you guys have done. The first question is loop through If-nova, and the second one is 1 to 10. Continue. So here we have done for num in range 1 to 11. If num modulus 2 is not equals to 0, then continue. Otherwise, you just not otherwise, just then the next is you print num. This is correct. Yeah, this is correct. Very good, Amen. Khalid Mohammed said, for string in Nova Technologies, print string for I in range 1 to 11. Good, that's correct. Mr. Mariam said, for num in range 1 to 10, if num modulus 2 is less than or equals to 0, we'll continue. But between 1 and 10, necessarily, yeah, you're actually right, Mr. Mariam. For the rest of you, you don't have to include 11 because I said between 1 and 10. Yeah, Ms. Kana Mazmour said, for I in range 1 to 10, yeah, you checked it and then you checked if it's even or odd, then you printed it out. That's good. Wazam Sayyum, he said text in Nova Technologies for I in text, print I. That's correct. For number in range 1 to 11, if number in modulus 2 is cost is less is different from 0, continue, then print number. That's correct. Maybe I said between 1 and 10, so necessarily you don't have to include 10. Okay, let's do it together and proceed to the next section. So let's comment out these. So the first one was text and in Nova Nova technologies, and for I in range for I in text. So print I. So now if you go ahead and see this, it's going to print out each characters because this Infnova technology is a string, and as you remember, a string is a combination of different characters. And the first character is the zeros index, the next one is the ones index, and it keeps on going as such. So for I in text does mean I is representing the first number firstly, and then n, and then it keeps on changing until it reaches the last value. So maybe one trick that I can tell you is this has been scattered to be printed in new line every time it enters the loop. So maybe if you would like to collect or put them in the same line, you can use the in statement so that you can see that it collects it to the same line. The next iteration would come back to the previous line. This is the end argument that you can use while using print statement. So using in statement, you can do a space in between so that every other word that is going to come, there's a space in between it. Or even you can put some kind of character that you like example, asterisk, so that for the next iteration, there's an asterisk in between. But for now, we'll just leave it as it is. And the second question is jump the number 5, I think, was the question. Write a loop that prints only even numbers between 1 and 10 and using continue. Oh, that was the question. So for I in range, I just can say, by the way, 10, because the beginning value by default is 0 and the ending value, the step value by default is 1. So I just can't say 10. So that means necessarily 0 to 10 with a step value of 1. So what I'm looking for is if I modulus 2, so I really recommend you put in brackets. For this case, it's a simple operation. It won't cause any problem. But I modulus 2 is equals to odd. That's going to be 1. That's the remainder. Whenever a number is divided by 2 and have a remainder of 1, then that's going to be an odd number. So we're going to continue. Otherwise, we're going to print it. Print I. Okay, you can see that I has been printed 2, 4, 6, and 8. Maybe you can add all the even numbers to a list. Let's say I'm going to create a list that is even numbers. Okay, and let's make an empty list. So you can go ahead and append the value of I dot append list even dot append, and you can give it a value of I. So it keeps on adding at the last value, so that at the end it's stored as a list. So for this also, you can do int equals to this, so that every number is shown in just one line. That's 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Maybe we have one print statement here because the previous loop is also getting connected. So you can try and print the even list, the list even. So you can see that it's been stored here also. Okay. So practice makes perfect. Go ahead and do this exercise, which should make as the last section for loops. and then we proceed to the next section. So these are 5 questions, considering like you would require 2 minutes for each exercise, then 10 minutes for the whole thing. So I'm going to start the timer for 10 minutes. And you can go ahead and start working on this exercise. Maybe if you lose a connection challenge or anything, you can always refer it from your Telegram, so you just download it from the resources section. So I can see that Most of you have tried to work on the question. Let's see. Oh boy, I put it here the whole time. I'm sorry, guys. I wonder if you have done this, but I sent it on the Telegram group, I believe. It wasn't. Oh boy, I never saw your message. Thank you, Heman. Um, what can I say? You have to try it before we go again. Should I just work on it, or you want to? Do you guys want to work on it, or should I just go ahead? Let me know in the text in the chat. Should I proceed on working the exercise, but or okay? Let me go ahead and do it. Okay, so the first question is write an if-else statement that checks if a number is positive or negative. I think we've done this kind of exercise, but it's okay. We can do it together. So I'm going to send out these kind of codes in the resource section. In the resource section. And okay, so what we're going to do is we have a number that's let's say 23. You can also accept it from the user. If num is less than 0, then we print that's negative. Negative. And we print positive. Okay, if we run this, it's positive because the number is 23, but if I make it negative here, then it's going to be negative number. Create a while loop that prints learning Python 5 times. This is question number 1. Question number 2. So let's create a text that says learning Python. And then for I and range that goes until 5, and we text. You see that learning Python. Maybe if you would like to count it, you can add I in front of it. And also for it to start from 1, you can do 1 to 6 because it doesn't include the boundary. So 1 to 5. Okay, let's proceed to question number 3. Question number 3. Write a for loop that iterates through the list 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 and prints each number multiplied by 2. So we first create a list or a list of num, and we have 2, 4, 6, 8. I think that those are the numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And we want to iterate through this list for num in a list of list of none, print none times 2. So you can see that it was 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Now it's 4, 8, 12, 16, and 20. And the last question, the third question number 4. Question number 4 is use a break to exit a loop when a number reaches 7. So for I in range, and that range could go until 10, and then if I equals to 7, then break. Otherwise, we print out I. So you can see that it starts to print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it breaks at the point of 7. The last question is write a for loop to find the sum of the number from 1 to 100. So that's question number 5. For I in range, it goes between 1 and 100. So I'm going to say 101. And what I want to do is add sum. So I probably can define a variable. Sum is equals to 0. Then sum plus equals to I, which is in the sequence. You can also use for loop for this exercise. What this actually means is sum is equals to sum plus I. And this is done. I can go back and print I, print sum. So that is 5050. You can also use while loop. So for while loop, you can create count equals to 0, and you can also initialize sum to be 0, and while count is less than or equals to 100, then we say sum plus equals to count, which we have done it for 1 to 4, right? It's just a bigger number, that's it. So this means sum is equals to sum plus count, and we do count plus equals to 1. This is updating the value of count, which necessarily means count is equals to count plus 1. And we can go ahead and print the value of sum, which should be the same thing. So it's the same if you do it with for loop or while loop. So I'm going to send you the questions and also the answer. This is the question. There you go. I've sent the question and the answer. Question number 1 till 5. There you go. I've posted it in a Telegram group. You can find it in the resource section. All right. Okay, so let's learn a bit about functions, but we're going to dive more about it in tomorrow's section. Hmm. So you can always go to the YouTube channel, and if you don't understand any of these concepts, you can always refer back to the videos and also the recording for this live section. Actually, so regarding functions, we'll be discussing about introducing what functions are, non-parameter and arguments, arbitrary keywords. Maybe we'll discuss this tomorrow, arbitrary keywords and arguments. Default parameters, return value, variable scope, and namespace. These are the things I believe that we have time to discuss today. And we'll be discussing about some of the other concepts and exercises tomorrow because we'll have to discuss about the project, and the grouping would be sent out in just a couple of minutes. So functions are necessarily, they are reusable blocks. I mean, sometimes in programming, there are tasks that you're going to do several times again and again, and you really don't want to do it several times, writing the same thing again and again. So you just want to write it once, and then you just want to use it several times. That's a way that we can modularize our code, and that's uh, how we can reduce redundancy by just writing once. Uh, Also, it makes our code readable because there is no redundancy, and it's clustered in its own structure, and which makes the code much more readable. And it really improves the maintainability of the software that you have developed, because if there's a problem regarding one function, and then it could run in several places, but you can only fix it at one place. That makes it much easier for maintaining software product also. So a function is a reusable code, block of code. That's what you need to know, and also runs mostly a specific task. So there are two things that you need to be very aware when it comes to function. That's the first one is defining a function and calling a function. So defining a function comes first, and calling a function comes next. Consider this as you cannot call something that you haven't defined. To be able to call something, you need to define it first. So defining comes first and calling comes next. So keep this in mind. So it would cause an error if you try to call something that hasn't been defined. Okay, that should be very much clear. At any point, if there is something that is not clear when I explain, you can just write it in the chat section. So let's define one function, and let's get back to proceeding. So let's define a very simple function that is greet, and that function um, um, greet, it just prints hello, we are about to complete day 2. Hooray! Let's just do that And whenever this is now defining the function, the only thing that we have done is, you know how this code has been written several times, but what we have added is just this one. So we just did this. So when you define a function, you say diff, and then you give the name for that function, and then you also give a bracket. So to use the function, you call it by its name, then that means you just called the function. It says, hello, we're about to complete day 2. Hooray. So if I don't call a function, then it's never actually going to print out anything. It's been defined but never used. So when defining a function, you can actually send out parameters. Like for example, you can say define another function like a sum, a function that is sum, and um, you can accept two parameters like num1 and num2. So these two parameters are something that is going to be accepted whenever someone is trying to call the function. And then we define a variable that says sum maybe, and let's change the name of the function to be add, just to avoid the confusion. Sum is equals to num1 plus num2. And then let's print the sum is sum. So um, if you run this code, the previous function runs, but not the new one. So to use up the new function, what we say is add, and we need to give it the argument. So the difference between parameter and argument is, parameter is whenever it's defined, argument is when you send an argument to that function. So I'm going to give it two numbers, 3 and 4. You can see that my IDE tells me that the first number is going to be assigned to the value of num, and the num1, and the second value would be assigned to num2. So if I run this code now, it's going to print out the sum is 7. So the way that it works is, it goes back, when I call this function, it goes to the function and makes num1 to be 3 and num2 to be 4. And it adds the numbers here and it prints them. Are we clear at this, until this point? Is everything good? Say in the comment section. Is everything clear? Okay, Dagam said it's clear. Saba Media said it's clear. Demo said it's clear. It's clear. One more confirmation. It's clear. Good. So this is the way that you can select, you can be able to provide a parameter. But sometimes you would like to get the number instead of just getting it printed. Look here, you just got the number return, the printed, but necessarily I would like to get the number instead of getting it printed, so that I can do more manipulation and for whatever purpose that I like. So let's define another function, and then let's say it's product, and it accepts two numbers, num1 and num2, and pro maybe multiply. So let's say it's multiply and is equals to num1 times num2. So let's go ahead and print multiply. No. Since we just want the number, we want to return multiply. What this does is it's not ever going to print out anything when you call the function, but instead you're going to get the value after the product. So we need to define a number like result that holds the output of the function. So what happens is it's going to be stored in result. So I'm going to call the function product, and I'm going to give it two numbers, 3 and 2. So 3 would be passed to num1, and 2 would be passed to num2. Then num1 and num2 would be multiplied. That's going to be 3 times 2, and that's going to be 6. And it's going to return 6. So this is 6, and this would be assigned to result. So if I go ahead and print result, maybe let's use string formatting. The product is result. We run this code, it says the product is 6. So if you have questions, you can go ahead and ask questions. So Mabratu, you said why the first greet was empty. Okay, the first greet here, it was empty because it doesn't accept any parameter. It just prints the value. But for the second one, we accept parameter for us to do the operation of the summing or the addition, and then we print. That's why we require that. Mabratu, if your question has been answered, confirm. Sabe Media said, what if we use add 3, 4 instead of add? I never said num1 and num2. I never wrote it. I just wrote, as you said, add 3 and 4. This is something that my development environment is writing, okay? I can't even select it, as you can see. If I select this, it only selects 3 and 4 because it's just giving me a highlight, okay? That what I am assigning value to it. Sabe Media, am I correct? Am I clear? Please confirm if you got your question answered. Okay, good. So let's now proceed to taking an exam. So it's going to be a bit of Daniel said we don't need to call a function if we use return. Whichever the case, if it's return or not, you need to call the function. Because if you don't call the function, then how are you going to actually access what's going to happen in the function? So even though I stored it in result, I called the function to store it. Dagan said, why didn't we use string formatting in the first one? I just didn't use it. There's no reason for that. You can use it or you can't use it. That's your option. I just use it. There is no difference. You can use it or you cannot use it, depending on your choice. That's your preference. Okay, guys. So let me dedicate a couple of minutes for me to explain about the project that you're going to do tomorrow. So tomorrow, we're almost wrapping up most of the concepts. So we're going to see some of the function parameters that we're going to learn. I mean parameters, no, some function features that you need to know. I'm going to teach you that, but necessarily also we're going to learn data science tomorrow. So tomorrow's lecture would be a bit not easy. So I really recommend that you finalize all the concepts that have been discussed today in the YouTube channel, or either in this you can watch this live video. So tomorrow we're going to learn a lot about data science and an introduction, and I'm going to do you one project of data science, like bringing in real data, trying to do analysis on the data, trying to get meanings from the data. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. That would be the morning section, would be only be the lecture time, but the rest of the afternoon would be dedicated for project development. Okay, so today we're going to dedicate like 10 to 15 minutes for you to start to join your specific groups, and then you start to chat with your team members. First, maybe you can start to say, hi, how are you? You say your names, your countries, you introduce yourselves, and then you start to brainstorm for a project that we're expecting you to send out by the morning. So each group would be sent out to you, and there is a highlighted name, and that highlighted name is necessarily the group team leader. It's got a color of uh, yellow, so which means that is a group leader. So anyone highlighted as yellow is a group leader that has been assigned by us, but necessarily you can change it. You can agree to change to a new group leader. Okay, uh, you can change the default one. For each of you, in the document that is going to be shared, there is a link for you in the Telegram that has been already created. So you just join the Telegram group using the link, and then you start to chat. Okay. Find your name, find your group, and then you join. For each groups, there is a mentor. Okay, a mentor that is going to support you through the process of ideation, through the process of project development. You have been grouped, Caleb. The document hasn't been shared. That's why I'm explaining now, and then it will be sent. Please listen attentively. Then the group document will be shared. Yeah. So regarding project ideation, don't go very thinking like a very big project, because you only have something closer to 3 hours for the whole project development. And don't think of something very easy, because you guys are smart and I believe you can do much better. So try to think of something that you can do in your specific scenario. That would be much, much more interesting. So the mentor should be supporting you in making the project very realistic. You don't have to do a very big project, which is necessarily not achievable in 3 hours, and don't do something very easy, which is very simple to do it in just 5 minutes. So think of something. I believe I've said this also in the beginning of the class. Today I've said it. So you would brainstorm where we'd give you a couple of minutes. Good. It's clear. Then if it's clear, Dave would be sending out the form in the group right now. But don't focus on the group right now, because we'd have a dedicated time for you to check that out. Now we'd be giving you exam, and for this exam, I believe you need to focus a bit strongly. Okay, it's a bit tricky, and plus requires a bit of an attention, and it's a 20-minute exam. Okay, so We're going to give you 20 minutes for the exam and the remaining 10 minutes, and you can also discuss with your team for the rest of night times. You can keep on chatting to find a better idea. So when you come up in the morning, you need to have a solid 3 ideas. Okay, solid 3 project ideas. Then you suggest us based on your priorities. Idea number 1 is this, idea number 2 is this, and idea number 3 is this. Okay, I'd remind you this at the end of the class. So Dave will be sending out um, for the exam and also the grouping form. But I really suggest you don't check out for the grouping form at the moment. Just get yourself ready for the exam because you may run out of time. Okay, guys, so exam has been sent out. You have 20 minutes. It's posed in the chat section and also in the resource. You can start to work on it. I'm going to start the 20 minutes timer. I believe the link works. If it doesn't, let us know. We can update it. So there you go. You have 20 minutes for this exam. Timer has started. Work it very consciously. Just to remind if anyone hasn't listened, so exams has been sent out in the group. So please go ahead and check out the links from the Telegram group or the chat section so that you would start to do your exams. Okay, you have 20 minutes for this exam and make sure that you work on it diligently. It's not something very straightforward. Okay, guys, time's up. So go ahead now to follow on working on the group. Maybe for the questions, I believe some small people haven't completed the exam, so we're going to leave it open for just few minutes. Okay, for just few minutes due to connection challenge and stuff. Some haven't completed, so we're going to leave it open for a few minutes. So make sure that you finalize it during the minute that you have. Like we're going to leave it open for 5 minutes to 7 minutes. For the rest of you, I can see that you're starting to join your specific groups. Make sure that you start to discuss on the specific idea that you want to work with. First, start to introduce, okay? Make, this is opportunity to make a friend, to get friends in the programming environment also. So please start to discuss to generate an idea. So make sure that the idea is not too big or not too small. Of course, we'll be seeing this, but the solid output that we're expecting tomorrow is going to be the fact that uh, um, we're expecting you to send to generate 3 crystal ideas. So these crystal ideas you'd send us in priority, like the first one being in top priority, and the second one being the middle priority, and the third idea would be the least of your priority. So we'd see as a team which idea is much better, and we'd select and send out a PDF of each selected group's idea. Then you'd start to develop on the idea. Okay, so please go ahead and join your groups. But I think some of you haven't joined to the group, even though we have told you several times for you to fill in the form starting from yesterday. So go ahead and join the group. So for some of you who said, how do I join a group? There is a PDF document that has been sent in the Telegram group, and that PDF is where the any information regarding the groups is there in the resource section. Okay, in the resource section. Maybe for you to find it very easily, I'm going to also forward it in the other groups. Yeah. Okay, so Nati, the technical assistant, Nati, go ahead and send out the assistant form. Yes, Nati, release the assistant, release the attendance. So let's see the grouping form together. Let's see the grouping form together. You can see that, for example, for group 1, you'd find your names here, like Kadus Mesfin, Alamu is the team leader, and here is his email address of information, and Brooke Salomon 01 at gmail.com is the email of the mentor. The mentor is Brooke Salomon, and this is the Telegram group that you're going to join for group 1. And likewise, for group 2, Edna Tasfa is the team leader, and this is the team. And also, this is the team leader who's Kirubel, and you can join the Telegram group. Likewise, you do the same for all the groups. So keep in mind that this has been randomly chosen. Also, the group members has been randomly chosen by just a simple script. So it's completely random that we've done. So that the maximum mix up could happen. So the group leaders had also been selected randomly, but if you feel like you want to change the team leader, go ahead and discuss, and then you can make a new uh, team leader from the team for your team. Okay. Yeah, this is all. I think it's not something very difficult to understand. Yes, the attendance would be sent out. I believe, Nati, you have sent the attendance. Nati, can you send out the attendance so that they can fill in the attendance? So attendance would be sent out. Until then, go ahead and start discussing in the group. Make sure that you join your specific groups. So any of you who haven't actually joined the Telegram group or not been assigned to a specific group, please send me a personal message on Telegram saying I haven't been assigned to a specific group. I just saw someone else, but I couldn't trace back the message. Okay. I don't know why. Maybe I don't know if you've deleted the message. So go ahead and send me saying I haven't been assigned, and we'll assign you as soon as possible. For tomorrow morning, just to remind you for the last time, make sure that you have three ideas before the morning class. So these three ideas is the ideas that we're going to select from what you've brainstormed. Okay, so don't make it too ambitious because you only have 3 hours to develop, and don't make it too small. Of course, we're going to see the ideas. So when you see the ideas, the idea at written number 1 is the most the idea that you would like to develop, and the second one is the middle priority, and the third idea is the idea with the least priority. Okay, I believe this is clear. If it's clear, go ahead and give me a confirmation, thumbs up, or uh, some kind of emoji if you understand. If you didn't, then please also tell me so that I can repeat. So attendance has been sent out in resources, also in the general section, and also in the Python data science section. So you can refer it from the resource section, and then you can, yeah, attendance has been sent. Dagam, thank you for saying this is clear. Great. So go ahead and fill in the attendance, start discussing, start brainstorming. This has been so much fun. I really appreciate all of you. It's been such even if it's a long hours that we've been sitting, you guys are amazing. It feels like very short, honestly speaking. I believe we've all learned a lot through the day. Um, So make sure to also revise some of the things that we've learned so that you're up to date. You can find everything in the like in the video, in the YouTube video. Okay, let's start to finalize the day. Mohammed said, "Can we get a PDF?" Necessarily, I mean, honestly, I'd give you a better website for all Python related content. This is a great website that I can really recommend you for learning Python, especially if you're just starting off. But you can also use it if you're So I got just disconnected for just a minute. Am I audible? So I just got disconnected for just a bit. Um, so uh, everything you need is in programmers.com. Go ahead and check out the website. And also you can check out the W3 school. So okay, so great, guys. You keep on discussing for just a couple of minutes, like 15 minutes, and then you go ahead, take a break, and discuss also sometimes during the night, like keep on chatting. You can send your own meeting links in your groups and so forth, make your video calls in Telegram chat and so forth until you get your ideas. Ultimately, we're looking for 3 ideas tomorrow. Okay, let's call it a day off. Congratulations, you have completed day 2. That's a great achievement. We're all proud of you guys. Go ahead and send out your emojis. Um, Go ahead and send out your emojis. How was your day? Do you feel so tired? Do you feel excited for the next journey? Do you feel accomplished? Go ahead and show us how you feel today. So Berder says, that's a smile, more than a smile, a screaming smile. I think so. I'm just saying. Uh, Marathi said, okay, thanks. That's another thing I think. Shuaro said, fire. Further said, I don't know. That's a music. That's for the music that we've been sending out. Okay, Further also said, champion. You're feeling as a champion. Edna said, yeah. See you all tomorrow. Edna, send us your emojis also. Robiel feeling as champion. Robel sent also face rate smiling live. Mohammed said goodbye and feeling. I don't know what to say to that feeling. Mr. Amariam said woohoo, woohoo, hooray. Uh, Arena said tired but also excited for tomorrow. Yeah, that's expected to get tired. We've been coding almost for 8 hours a day, which is the second day. Yeah, but we're all excited for tomorrow as well. Yobel said it was great. Masvin said goodbye. See you tomorrow. Great, guys. See you tomorrow. It's been such a great journey with you. We'll see you tomorrow. Great job.